It's good. I made pozole last night and this shit's fire. But it's missing something. I don't know what it's missing. I think it's lime juice, maybe? But it do be tasty. Let's see here. Oh no. I'm doing my my little stream update things. I don't know if I should post it on TikTok. I wonder if TikTok would be very good for this. So, fun fact about myself is I am a titled lord of Scotland because I own some land there, which makes me a lord. I just did it for fun. I just bought some land on a nature reserve. Yeah, so there were ads for it, which is like all well and good. I think there was one that was like $10 or something for a plot of land, which was like fine and everything. But I looked into that one. It's called like established titles, and I looked into it and I was like, let me suss this out real quick because like I just want to make sure that I'm not wasting my money, that what I'm buying is like actively actively allows me to be considered a lord. And so I looked into it, and the ad for established titles, or rather established titles as a company, doesn't like actually do anything. You're basically just giving them money, and they're like, oh haha, you're a lord now, but it's not like actually real, which is awful because they're essentially lying to you. But I bought land from a different place called Highland Titles, and Highland Titles is like they own a very large plot of a wildlife reserve. So by buying land there, I do own a plot of land there, even though it's small, and that makes me a lord, like for real. And I just saw one of my friends from my old job, and her friend or boyfriend or something bought her a quote unquote plot of land from established titles. And she's like, oh, I'm a lord now of Scotland. And I'm just like, ugh. I don't know if I should tell her or not. Just because, like, it was a gift. So I don't want to, like, I don't want to shit on the gift that she got, you know? It's rough. I'm probably just not gonna say anything. I feel like that's just the better option here, is to just not say anything and just kind of let it rock. If she wants to be referred to as a lord with her certificate, fantastic, great. I don't know. I feel like it's better to just not say anything. I'm gonna put my bowl in the sink, and then I will be right back. Okay, and it looks like Me6 has pinged. Good. I guess I'll try and set this up. Are these... Should I use those, or should I use those? Hi, Cam. Let me try these, actually. I feel like this will give me ample motion. And then I don't have to worry about swatting things off of the fucking table. Oops, what did I press? Am I connected? Guess not. These things block the fuck out of sound, though. Holy shit. I like put them on and there's just like nothing. Oh, perfect. Is it? What did it connect to? I'm so confused. Is it not connected here? Oh, I think I removed it, actually. Fuck. There we go. Alright, give me a second, guys. I'm trying to pair a Bluetooth set of headphones. It's so funny when I like go into Bluetooth and stuff on my computer to try and connect things. I can just see like a billion different devices. Your headset is connected. Okay, and then we'll change voice and video. Output device will be headset. And then I guess I'll try this out. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't think you're coming through on stream, so I have to figure that out. Uh, yeah. Let's try this one. Say something? Yeah, I got it. I got it. We are well connected, and then let me see. Screen share this thing that's definitely not an emulator. Good for you? Cool. God, my Streamlabs is saying my signal is red. Cam, are you there? Cam, how does everything sound on that end, on your end? I was thinking about just doing this like in the stream server, but then I was afraid people might just like pop in and be like, "Hey, what's going on?" And then I'd be like, "I don't know. Do you want to read?" Mm-hmm. I was thinking like subs or something, but then I was like, I can't be fucked to do all that. March 13th. The flight, right? Okay. Is there any particular reason why they're out of order? Oh my god, he has the suitcase. He took it as an opportunity to just get the fuck rid of it. Oh, I just chugged my my G Fuel. One day they'll sponsor me. All right. So I'm negotiating with a kidnapper, and this is this kind of like a you might be wondering how I got here kind of situation, or is this just the beginning? Oh, okay. That's kind of horrifying. I don't like that blue badger at all. What's Gatewater? I don't. From where? It's the one with where we meet Old Bag again, right? Gross. Oh. Yeah. Okay, I remember it. I remember in the context of meeting Old Bag again, but I don't remember it being involved with like April May and all them. Is this Gumshoe? I can like barely hear out of the headphones that I'm using. It's kind of insane. Yeah, I like put them on and it just like cut off a bunch of sound and I was like, oh shit. I like to imagine that this is just Gumshoe in there. He's working a little side hustle. Interesting. Here's my cell phone. Hello? Is that you? Oh, God. Why does that... It feels like I'm reading a fucking Homestuck line. But, okay, so you're not the kidnapper. Were you the one that was kidnapped? Oh, okay. Are you the one that was kidnapped? Oh. Okay. I see. I'm just like trying to place her in the story already. Okay, hang on. If this person's using a yeah. If I can get it to fucking work. I don't know if it's working. Yeah, I mean, I haven't touched it at all since I like set it up the first time, so it should still be working. But for whatever reason, it is not popping up. Oh, that is not at all what I wanted. Elgato sound capture literally makes me want to die. When I first started streaming and everything, and I was trying to capture like other people talking with me, it was a nightmare beyond belief. Voice changer. I don't know if these are working. Hello? Hello? No, it's not even letting me turn it on. Because I'm trying to use my Stream Deck to like turn it on and stuff, and it's just like not working. I might just have to forgo it. Yeah, because the dual streaming is already setting a lot of crunch. Good God. Come on, voice mod. Don't do this to me. Hello? Cool. No, yeah, I opened the window and it was like, oh, you have to pick a microphone. And I was like, shut the fuck up. Start voice mod. And I don't want to hear myself, but now that it is on, I should be good to just do... Let's see... Does this work? Does it sound any different? Ah, whatever. Fuck it. Too much work. Off. Perfect. God. It's really just bogging down my entire computer. I don't know what's going on. I like the person's on the phone. It's just like, are you a cop? Yeah, pretty much. He's like, no, I'm simply a fashionable homosexual. In charge of one cop. I have to babysit one cop at all times. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. It really just looks like a Homestuck typing quirk. Is I haven't like. Is it Gamzee's or? No, I think you're right. I was gonna say Tavros, but Tavros I think is the first letter is. Yeah, 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 yeah. Awful, 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 awful. Ew. I hate that. Do we see him or no? Yeah. It's fun because there's a lot of like callbacks and stuff. I feel. Wait, so this one in terms of like the game's timeline. This one, oh, you motherfucker. He's never done. Is that Phoenix? Is that Phoenix? Oh. I thought that was like Phoenix, like doubled over. I was like, did he just. Is he dying over there? In this case specifically? Ooh, you're gonna have to tell me where to go for that, because I definitely want to see that. I just miss my children. Because I didn't get to see them in the last game at all. Like they weren't even like referred to. Also, I don't know if I would trust them enough to just leave the money somewhere and then dip. That's fucking horrifying. Also, I think I've seen this like line of pictures before. That's fucking that's the most horrifying thing ever. Like even if it wasn't sneaky, even if I saw that happen in real time, I would still just be fucking horrified. Who is that? Split Police. Albright. In front of Meetup. Are they on the phone? Oh, okay. Edgeworth has he's fainted in like every case. They got fucking bopped. It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop off. I also this blue badger's head on the ground is really something. Oh, the the Bad Badger was also one of the guitars, right? Hmm. Yeah. The Amano group. I don't know what that is either. Yeah, because I didn't know who this was when he got introduced the last time. Oh, like it. All according to Keikaku. Keikaku means plan. It might just like, since there's no like singular word that just means Zaibatsu, and Zaibatsu can only be translated to like a phrase, they might have just kept it as Zaibatsu. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I'm not a damsel in distress. I'm a homosexual. Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? A homosexual's plight. Oh, she's taller than I thought. That's true. How old is she? Objection? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard objection, and I didn't see it pop up on my screen, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? Poor Edgeworth. Tied up again. I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. It's weird to me when he introduces himself, or when he calls himself Miles, because literally everyone else calls him Edgeworth. I was just about to say, did you fucking memorize that? Because I wasn't clicking. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, when you dropped her name earlier, I was like, oh, that's where it comes from. Great thief? And did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Kay Faraday. Is that a pun at all or no? Oh. Yeah. I like the big... Yeah. But like, starting from, like, I think Apollo Justice, a lot of the characters just had, like, puns as their names. So I just kind of figured, it's gotten into my head to just kind of, like, see if I can find one in each of the characters. I guess, yeah. Red, White, April, May, that kind of stuff. Eeny, miny. Yeah, because I think they just, they get tired and can't figure them out anymore. Yeah. Just angry. Please release me. I feel like she could have just cut it and it would have been fine. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? That's Not the part I have a tough time believing. Is she like the sole? Is she the entire Yatagarasu, or is Yatagarasu like a group? Okay. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? Edgeworth, I don't think you even have the power to do that. True. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me yet. Oh, thank you, Edgeworth. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu? Mmm. I see. Second? I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? Yeah, I'm just gonna preemptively arrest you. I'm not the problem here. My heart. Too bad I'm gay. Only one thing, and what would that be? Oh, you're right, sorry. Also, I'm getting a call from someone. Give me 1 second. Yeah, my roommate from the last place called because I kind of hopped on his LADWP account, and it was like moving over to the new place. I thought it was just gonna make me the primary account holder, but apparently it's still emailing him, so we're gonna try and figure that out. And then he was asking about like rent and security deposits and stuff from the other one, so just a lot going on. But I just told him I was gonna keep him updated, and then we're gonna see what happens. So sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. I was just kind of like clicking through everything and just like basically clicking through it without actually reading it. King. Edgeworth said, "Fuck gender norms." All right, so let's see what I did get. Custom separate into head and body. His head was left in the isolation room. This seems like just a thing. This is a very small park. Only 4 sections. It's bizarre to me that it's funded by the police. That's wild. Okay, but I think I'm done with this section right here. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so I found my phone, which I feel like should have been very obvious because it was just laying on the tarp, but whatever, I guess. If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. I feel she strikes me as the kind to not know what a cell phone is. I don't know why. I think it's just because she kind of reminds me of like Maya, and Maya also wasn't super like tech savvy. So I think oh, probably. She it was just like stuff like outside, I think. That like cuz I remember she like there were like generic tech things that she was just very shocked by. Oh, who the fuck is this? Shi Long Lang of Interpol. There's so many Interpol agents. Shi Long Lang. So he sounds Chinese, but I don't want to do a Chinese accent. Yeah. Does he just look like a wolf? So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or a global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Lang Zi says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry. No can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone. So good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured, we'll come find you. Eventually. You. My phone ran out of power? It's Phoenix. It doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Can't believe his phone just fucking died. Yeah. Kay's over there still trying the fucking door. Oh, you can kind of see, like, the other room. They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. Oh, they're a family. What the fuck? Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? It's cheating, Edgeworth. Oh, oh. Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against the wall in the haunted house. I mean, he technically was walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game? How quaint. Oh, interesting. I guess that's gonna play something. Paint. Even if we do, I'm just not going to. And what exactly do you have in mind? And who's gonna see that, Kay? God, I'm just so good at this. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. I don't think that's how that works. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? What is this document on the wall? Not something I can look at, apparently. You came in through the window! I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. No. Yeah, those are only 4 lockers. Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Am I gonna step on the Blue Badger's head? Actually, hang on. What do I have in logic? I know I have a key. That's it. Lockers, costumes, tiny key. Oh! I guess I can use the boxes, maybe? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna let me do that. Tiny key. Oh! I thought the key was gonna open a locker and then I could like use that as a foothold. Damn it. Oh, what the fuck? Can I? How do I examine the tarp? Pole? This? Oh. This is the beam I was tied to. Edgeworth, you're not gonna climb that. I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over to and out the window if we climbed this. You're not fucking climbing that. Edgeworth... But then, how is she gonna get me out? Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. I hope you go, Kay, and good luck. I know that that's just like her sprite animation, and like, normally she would be standing on the ground, stanced up like that, but it also just looks like she's just standing on that one little foothold with one foot, and I'm very surprised. As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. There's a hook on this beam, but it's not enough of a foothold to climb out with. Can I take the hook off? There's a hook on this beam. Oh yeah. Seems that the costumes on the Badger family are getting... I think it might be this one, because it's asking for a foothold, and then this one says the beam. I don't know. I don't want to take more damage. I don't think I've looked at the door. I think, I haven't even talked to Kay, actually. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? I don't think she even knew. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. That's fucked up. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. $1 million in $100 bills would be like no, 100,000. Yeah. It would be 10,000. Yeah, I feel like you could probably do that. Okay. Oh, that got her out of the way, so now I can't examine the door. Okay. Let's see. I won't... No, you're fine. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. How? You can't get in. Chairs. This is obviously very suspicious. And there's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean... But I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. Is that what I think it is? Gosh, she really is just like Maya. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. Ah, I see. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. Alright. Now I've got open floor panel and that. This hook on this beam. She tried to jump from the hook to the window? That's why that shit didn't work. You should have climbed up. Ha. I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, that it's here for a different purpose. As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp. Okay, my guess is this panel's gonna be locked, and that's what the tiny key is for. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Yeah, okay. Give me that logic. She said fiddlesticks. Alright, tiny key, underground entrance, connect. I believe you're up, Kay. Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Amen. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Oh. Wait! She like kicked down the ladder. There was a ladder there and now it's gone. Are you alright, Kay? It's because you fucking jumped. Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary. What about an... Yeah. What about an exit? Oh, ladder's back. Oh! You have only yourself to blame before leaping, for leaping before you looked, you know. Oh! Give me that fucking thing. Give me that ladder right now, immediately. I need that expeditiously. Oh, I thought it didn't connect for a second. I was gonna scream. I figured out how we'll escape this prison, okay? It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. I like that that's everyone's reaction to Edgeworth saying anything nice ever. It's just like, are you being nice? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down.
Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Give me my health back from my failed logic. No, I do the same thing, don't worry. Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage, and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. Oh, I thought we were already going to be done with the first part. I was like, that was fast as hell. Yeah. That was good. I like that. I like that little animation. It looks like it's stopped raining for now. Gumshoe? My mans! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's... What the fuck? Men in Black? Is this the police force? What's going on? Oh, fuck. Oh, what's his fucking name? Yeah, there you go. I think that's him speaking. He looks like that one guy from that one case. He looks like that one guy from the one case. The fucking... The guy that, like, looks like a tiger and has that weird goth GF. Yeah. I kind of would have fucked with that. Wait, which one is Darian? Oh, that's right, the Pompadour guy. Yeah, I thought they were dual eye patches, and I thought that was really funny. Because why the fuck not? You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Oh. Get in a furry little situation here. Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Shina. This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. Okay. You all see that just now? That is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life. Got it?
I like that there's like that one dude down in the corner that's just like not dressed in police uniform. Yeah, it seems like it. And then the big old blue badger in the back. Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zengfa. Apparently this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ha! But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. Pathetic. Gumshoe's like, my salary! How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? Probably. The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliche. Look, what I'm getting at is, if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. If he was still with us here today, there wouldn't have been a case in the first place. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Ackby Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. Whoa, that's a new one. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe the prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? He's homophobic. Oh, I thought he had a metal hand for a second. That would be cool. Alright, man. Oh, yeah. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now, just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir, but 100 times. Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble. Understand? Wait. No. Mr. Edgeworth? It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why, of all places, did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that? I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. It's like so crusty that it's like not filling in the text fast enough, so I have to read like super slow. Yeah. Great job, Detective. Sir! For losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Gumshoe, I feel like his salary at this point is just giving money back to the precinct. Like, he physically cannot make money anymore. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? Damn it.
I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda. So the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that? The girl over there, I mean. Assistant? She claims to be my assistant now. Oh, he's so sad. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me! It's been like that since forever. How can you say something so serious with a giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, making sure she serves out a sentence. No way! I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. Alright, she's 17. You're like 30. So old. Oh, he's 32. Still old. Oh, Lance is the kidnapping. Okay. Oops. I had no idea. Shilong Ling is only 27. Alright. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. Ugh. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. I'm assuming it's the same over there. Probably same over there too. Okay. I hate that he's like so mobile. That wriggling. I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. Oops. Hold on. My mic is being very loose, so I gotta tighten it. There we go. I think that's better. Oh, so I can't even talk to him. I literally just watch him fucking wiggle. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They almost look like they're ready to jump out into the real world and gallop away. Almost being the key word. Why is he shitting on the artists? Probably. There's an old-fashioned rocking chair, the kind that makes you feel instantly at ease. There's something written here. A soothing 10-minute sitting for only $100. I see. Reverse psychology. Make it so expensive that no one would dare sit on it. $100. $10 a minute. Capitalism. I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. But you're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. What is this one and only one thing you're after?
What the fuck? I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the target. The Yatagarasu liked to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was ever sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call that, you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be. Can it? Close enough. It's localization. Also, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna step out for a second. I gotta use the restroom. Okay. All right, stream. I'll be right back. god. Up. Så kan inte pokal. Well, since I was streaming. Oh, 等一下嘛。Then don't wipe it. I'll do it later. Ooh. Look. Because it has wheels. So it just moves.
That's good. 好了，你可以关上。拜托你有点空气，窗户打开。
No. Ooh. Hello? Oh god. Oh wow. Loud. Beep. Okay. I stepped outside to use the restroom, and apparently my mom and my dog are here. So it was fun to play with them. My little puppy, little baby. Stream might have heard her barking, actually. Okay, back at it. Oh god. It's forgot his name. Amano? Something? Just casually counting money. My god, look at him go. Mr. Amano? Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you've returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. Oh, no. No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network and my literal billions of dollars that I have in my belt at this very moment to send you anywhere at any time. Is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please. I miss my poor boy dearly. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. Well, hold on there. Then, what happened to all that money? I believe the $1 million has been stolen, and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Forgive me, Mr. Amano. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano. You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. He definitely should have recorded that conversation. But not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Have some sympathy, Edgeworth. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? How will telling you about Lance help you get him back? Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He is very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive.
I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you noticed of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Suspicious. Mr. Romano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends? They said they hadn't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I'd better keep in mind. Yeah. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by, twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Romano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped, which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it. I didn't realize she had gloves on this whole time. Wow. So what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Oh. Hey, you, I don't think that's Gumshoe. Yeah, it's not. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lane's direct command. No way. I am not working for Wolf Boy. I don't like furries. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go! No! Gumshoe! Boy, have I got just the job for someone of your talents. Okay. You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. I don't recall offering you the position. Ha! You're the only one asserting that. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not gonna listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. that a cat? Is there a cat right there? I think the kidnappers would have better sense than to try hiding in these. I certainly hope not. I can't examine the cat? This game sucks! I feel like there's not much for me to investigate. Yeah. You cannot examine the cat. Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Wait, so there's actual horses here? That's insane. You know how to ride a horse? Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. Huh. Water would be the obvious answer. What? People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted. Look who's making fun of them now. Water doesn't go bad. Do we? Who? Who? Fuck. The name, like... Oh, the cowboy bitch, right? Forgot about him. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Oh, already got this. I wonder if I can talk to the badger now. Please don't dance again. Oh god. The fact that the sound is like crusty and like slowed makes it like worse. She's reaching for a knife. She's gonna kill him. I really don't understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. I'm not allowed to speak on the job. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again. Oh, you can't just do that! Put it back on! Is this fucking... what's his name? Meeks? Meekins. Aren't you... Yeah. Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir! Oh, Mike Meekins reporting for duty, sir! This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about him, about this officer, is that He often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. I like that that's what he remembers and not the megaphone. I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? God, there's not a fucking thought behind those eyes. Look at him. Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time?
Sir! Because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger.
Then take off your police hat.
And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never a waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling the scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone.
It would seem that some people never change. So, why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit?
Sir! That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir.
I thought you weren't a police officer right now. I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics.
To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor.
Please leave. How long have you been standing here, officer?
Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir.
That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious.
And I've been here ever since, sir.
If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping.
But however, sir, I must tell you, I didn't see a thing, sir.
I haven't asked you anything yet, officer.
No. But I know you will, sir.
He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements.
Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it, too. I patrolled the park all while wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone Blue Badger.
What you said just now is contradictory to the facts. This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. Is it... Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement.
Sir, of course, sir. If that's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor, this little patrolman will wait as long as I'm commanded to wait.
Then die. Then perish. You said that you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you're the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises. Oh, wow.
What, sir?
The second one is the one that killed me. Oh, you're right. Let's see. Logic? What do I got? I can probably connect these. A second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is... costume to escape the identity of the second Blue Badger was probably the kidnapper in disguise. Easy. Easy money. Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are... So there's 3 of them? Oh, 2 kidnappers and Lance. Yes, those 3. It's a set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Wonderful, okay? Correct. But for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 treads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car. What else is there? Oh, cool. I remember hearing rainfall out here while I was being held in there. I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples. I don't think it'll be that easy. Because nothing ever is. Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Does the costume come with shoes? Yeah, so. Boink, boink. Man, so crusty. Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. Yes. More than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers. So I guess I just examine them again? I'm assuming it's the big ones that look like hooves. They both do look like possible candidates. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium. Oh, it's this fuck.
No, I'm not a kidnapper, sir.
Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume. That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage.
Sir, Roger Wilco, sir.
Who the fuck is Roger Wilco? I get that he's trying to say Roger, but like, who's Wilco? Because it sounds familiar. Let's open this shutter and see what we find.
Interesting. Huh. I had no idea. That's kind of neat, actually. Yeah. Doubt. Oh! What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Amano, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. And why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I'd better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Lang or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? There's also blood on his shoulder, though. From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. So that's the car. As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. Time to Google how to do an autopsy. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. It comes with experience, and I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Why is your fist clenched, brother? What are you holding? This is an unusually shaped pendant. I know. She seems to have regained some of her composure. Ernest is like off to the side, and he's like, please don't take that. Colin Devore. But this man's name is... Yeah, not right now. It won't let me examine it. Yeah, I tried and it wouldn't let me. Let me see. Victim Deacon. Oh yeah, I think that should work. Yeah. There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name on the pendant is Colin Devore. Oliverdeacon. So it's an anagram. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Okay, for sure. Just ping me when you're back. Lance, where are you, sweetie? Oh, this is something else. Oh? A MILF? Excuse me, but you are... Well, not really a MILF.
Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Oh, stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with...
This is our outer monologue. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance?
Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Pops.
Is that a ring pop? His girlfriend?
Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends. And, we're not lovers or anything. Well, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are gonna see it. So, I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Ooh.
May I inquire as to why you are here?
I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get really worried. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Ugh. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped?
No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true.
Oh, Lance. I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now.
Well, we found... Well, I've only been streaming for an hour 55? Why does it feel like it's been like 2 or 3? Also, sorry, I have to take a... I'm gonna step out again because I slammed this... Oh, I put my shoes on backwards. Hello? I slammed this bottle of Market Pantry brand Peach Mango Sparkling Water, which, if you live close to a Target, you should get because it's so fucking good. But extremely carbonated, but now I have to pee again because it's also a big bottle. So... BRB, be right back in like less than 2 minutes. Clear P gang, let's go. We love having clear urine. We love being hydrated. Oh, hi, welcome back. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just ran to the bathroom. My men brought me. Was that the thing that you said that you were gonna have to like step out for? Oh, okay. Oh, that's wow. That's yeah. Funny thing is though, I have lost my tape measure. I've been looking for it since I moved into the new place. Can't find it. So I'll take that one. All right. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect? Who? Oh, Meekins? Yeah, fuck Meekins. Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us.
What? Sir! I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Agent Lang, don't you think that you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Huh. I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. You're an Interpol agent, dude. I don't think you should be flogging logic and reasoning like that. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. But that's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny. I won't allow such a thing to go unchecked before my eyes. Ha! Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement?
How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu?
Hold it! Freak. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Langzi says every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. Took him like 5 years to get to the next part of a sentence. I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement, like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? That is your reasoning? Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. Ha! You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because I look like one. Because in my language, Lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. And as for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Langzier. You'd think I'd have heard of him and his teachings if he's that famous. Langzi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Zhengfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. And if it wears down and breaks over time, do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? So what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Oh? Then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct? Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion. Don't pat yourself on the back yet. What's that supposed to mean? I like that she doesn't come immediately. It takes her a second to glide in. Leng Zi says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? And what would you know about the killer? What's her name? The girlfriend. Lauren Pops? Yeah. It would appear you studied a little of our laws. Studied? Who needs to study what every child on any street corner already knows? It's that Sheena. That's a thick-ass packet, by the way. That's it. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information. I don't know if I have any evidence. If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me a gun. Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Meekins needs to just quit. What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already.
Sir, I lost my gun, sir.
How could you be so irresponsible? Ha 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 ha! In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim. So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim? You think Officer Meekins had the fucking gall? The cojones? You clearly don't know this man. I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in this garage and killed him here with his gun. Do I have evidence for that? I don't know. No, I do. You mean to tell me that the murder occurred here, in this garage? From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, I'd say that it's pretty obvious that this is the crime scene. Leng Zi said, I don't fucking care what Leng Zi says. Leng Zi says a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Yeah, finally a quote that I've heard. Because I did not... Oh my god, hold on. The wanted poster in the bag says that the Bad Badger's wanted for $9 million. Furthermore, Lang Z says, I don't remember. Give me 1 second. Let me read it. Successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. Looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins. However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Shi Long Lang. Just what sort of investigator are you? This one, and then I present the preliminary findings, which show, yes, there's very little blood. Get his ass. Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? Oh, his little Tai Chi pose. So you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene. And if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Damn, fucked him up. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird? How so? Hey you! Your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing, neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk.
But sir, I really did take a walk, sir.
You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly? Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something?
Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir. Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir.
Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened.
Sir, not you too.
I'm literally trying to help you.
It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger Mobile, sir.
The Blue Badger Mobile. Nice.
But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
Selling dreams. That's capitalism at its finest. What is this Blue Badger Mobile?
It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir.
That's actually kind of neat. To just like drive around instead of like having a stationary cart. That's good. That's good business.
Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant.
He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. Could you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer?
Sir! Roger, sir! It's true, sir. I wasn't...
Oh, that's all stuff I've already read, so not reading it again. Alright then, where were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the main gate, sir. I abandoned my duties.
He must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. So is he the, no. The one that we ran into at the front gate was the Proto-Badger, right? Not the one that hit us, the one that was at the front gate when we still had the suitcase. In the haunted house. Yeah, okay.
That's because, it's because of a very deep reason, ma'am.
So why aren't you there? Describe for me how you conducted your investigation.
Yes, sir. Well, first, I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so...
I can't think of any evidence that I have, like, off the bat. What exactly do you mean by selling dreams?
Sir, the Blue Badger Mobile is where dreams are collected.
What?
Sweetness like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am. Like innocence drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am. Like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I push the Blue Badger Mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am.
I think your sworn duty is to be a police officer, but... No, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine. She hasn't had, like, a lot to say. It's been mostly, like, couple words. You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers?
No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. You're absolutely right. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Then quit! Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Huh. I don't know if I have anything. How did you wind up all the way over here?
I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir.
And you fought him? Oh.
I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it...
Oh my god. Kay's out here just drop kicking people. What the fuck? Oh my god. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation.
Sir! That's right, sir.
That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. Sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekin's story, but I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans. What? What do I have? What do I have? Blue Badger Mobile? Oh no, it is here. Huh. I was assigned to this area. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area. Let me check my map. Okay, so... I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger Mobile. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children. Before I knew it, I found myself in this area. I mean, would it be this one?
Discovered in the Wild Wild West area. Mobile shop on 3 wheels was parked inside the... Yeah. I'll see if I can present the mobile on this one. Okay, thank God. Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies.
Sir? I'm lying, sir?
Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage?
Ah! Actually, I just lost track, sir.
Lost track of what?
By the time I realized that the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir.
Which would mean it was perhaps stolen.
That's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
A likely story? Who do you think is gonna buy such a convenient tale as that? And what exactly is so convenient about his story? The car getting stolen. It's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used alright to move the dead body.
What?
You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins, and then you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me.
But it wasn't me, sir. The killer, sir. It wasn't me, sir.
Asian playing, wait! What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth's schmooth. I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy course with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations. Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. Ugh. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. Don't call me pretty boy. The only one who could call me pretty boy is Phoenix. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. What do you mean, little segment? I did not notice that, because I don't know if I've gotten any of those. Oh, so it's basically just like a game over. You really shouldn't steal anything, however, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? I know. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself. I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just gonna drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder.
Mr. Edgeworth! He's back.
Detective Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be a hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium.
A witness?
You! What do we tell you about leaving your signpost? Ah! The jig is up! Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir!
He's gonna get dragged off again? Oh. He went voluntarily this time. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. Oh, there's the pink one. I thought there was a witness here. Ambushed again. Is this Emma? Oh. It's baby Emma. You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? And this girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. Wait, what? Lore? 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought yeah, I don't remember Lana Skye. But I thought she... Lana Skye. Hold on. I probably need to see her face. I got it. Lana Skye. Oh, that's right! I remember her. She was hot. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. Are you reading Emma, or you didn't want to read it? Okay. Interesting. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? I see. Why we were just yelling at each other from across the stadium. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years. Poor Emma. She just keeps talking about how she wants to be a forensic scientist, and we know that in Apologist that she's just a detective. Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on.
He's being very like friendly with her, not all cordial and formal as he is with everyone else. So why are you here, Emma? How exactly did you know I was here? Oh? But where did you find my footprints? Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. So, I know, isn't that one's like a little bit different than the like the plaster that we used from the last one, or from Apollo Justice. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Oh, so she's. Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Scientific doohickey. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking. Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? Yeah, actually, where are they? I'm not trying to leave. Stop. You're right. The witness is supposed to be here in this stadium, but where? Yeah. I assume this is another Badger mobile. Yes, this is the retina-searing pink model. It looks like it. You can see it like right there in the shadow on his shoulder. What's that off in the distance? I'm a little nervous. Badger, 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 badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? Oh no. Hi Eve. The move was okay. Everything's finally been like situated and stuff, so everything's finally settled and I can start streaming more like I had wanted to in the first place. Okay. Are you, by chance, the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak Badger dance. I'm mildly concerned because you don't want to voice them, and that makes me worry that they're gonna be awful. Oh no. No! Oh! Ugh. I am... I don't know how I didn't see this coming, man. Fuck. God damn it. You're... No, why her? Why here? Why now? Oh, God. I hate her. I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness of one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief.
Edgy Poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character, but you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just gonna be direct.
I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of a waking nightmare. Oh, God. I can't believe she's back. Okay. No worries.
You...
No. She's probably gonna do one of her, like, no clicks necessary long monologues eventually.
You could say that, but right now I'm just a pink bandit, dearie.
She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman.
My name is Wendy Oldbag, but you can call me Wendy or Granny or whatever suits your fancy. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you?
Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met?
I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with two young girls.
Please leave.
Men are all the same.
Okay, yeah, just let her go. God. I completely understand now why you don't want to voice her. But it's hard for her because she does that. I truly wish that were not true. Kay, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further. Look at her dumb little face. She's not fucking thinking at all. Exactly. Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is gonna be so kind today.
I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that?
God. Of all the characters to call back, of course it was her. Maybe she did. Maybe. Yeah, she probably died. I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag.
Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder.
You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes, and you didn't do fuck all about it? Man. Ew, her beady little eyes.
I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
And you just didn't do anything. Unreal. She's been a security guard like twice, and just still 3 times actually. Cause she was in the, she was also in that one place where Larry Butts almost got again. So 3 times, and she still just has not learned about anything. Yes. Oh Oh no. I'll just have to tough it out, I guess. Yes. Every game that doesn't have her in it is better. God, I truly wish I didn't have to. No, it's okay. It shouldn't be too bad. You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger?
You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badge in front of a bunch of kids.
So, what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting?
Oh, yes, that, well...
You saw two men? Can you describe them for me?
They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that.
But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful.
Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men.
I'm worked up because I'm worked up because I have to talk to Wendy Oldbag. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous.
It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just foals compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them.
Garbage. Worthless testimony. You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place.
Absolutely. That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. That's what I'm saying. I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help.
Two men, one bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony.
Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory?
I wonder, do I have anything? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Yeah, I don't think I have anything. Yes? What is that giant grin on your face for? No, thank you. What is that gadget you're holding? Ah, I should have known it would be worthless. See, he's so much. He was so much nicer to Emma. Like if Emma brought something out like this, he'd be like, "Oh wow, that's amazing, so cool, so cool." What is it doing? It's projecting something onto the air. What the fuck?
Wait, hold on. This is busted. What is this? Little thief. I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. I have to say, I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Very interesting. We're just not gonna think about it. We'll just move on. Indeed. Oh, is she only in the investigations games? In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. Why does she only bring this out in... Well, I guess I only just met her, so we haven't really had to do anything anyway. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. This is very, very powerful. Too powerful, even. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. But if he was shot like that, and if the bullet entered his abdomen and came out his shoulder, he had to have already been falling backwards. But if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Guessing it would be that, right? Just fucking blood? Which piece of room shows the missing item? Okay, cool. This is the contradiction. A little bit. Something's wrong. If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Right. The fact that there is no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony.
Edgy Pooh, how can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get sat down.
Couldn't they have, kicked sand over the blood or something? Because this place looks kind of sandy. Yeah, but also he would have fallen backwards. I'm still on that. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. It's the silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready.
Kay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? She has a point. Now I'm fairly convinced that the victim was killed here. But then why is there no blood? There must be some explanation for this contradiction. Perhaps I should go over all the information I've gathered one more time. Do I have logic in here? Oh. Oh, these don't. Oh. Hold on. This might work. Because if he was in a costume... Yeah. It pooled in a costume. Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? I think he was. I think he was definitely a kidnapper. No, you're fine. I think we can reasonably assume there's a very good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes... Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume... Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those. Emma! Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Where does she get these things? Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Oh, I thought Emma was doing the same thing with her detection kit, and I was like, why does everyone just have projection abilities now? I don't see anything. These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume. Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. I still think... Oh my god, look at Kay's sprite. It's just like completely fucking up her like entire left side. The DS was a good console. Okay, but he should have been shot as he was falling backwards. If the bullet entered his abdomen and left through his shoulder, that's going to be something that we need to unpack later. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention.
What do you want?
Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. Oldbag literally never gives us a good testimony. I don't know why we bother.
I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Contradiction. Fair. Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. Sorry, I clicked past that first one too fast. I was on autopilot. Oh, for that we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. Okay, so let's see if I can do this in one shot without pressing everything. As I was resting, suddenly there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. So let's try pressing this one. You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. So we've already seen this one. I guess not. I guess I'm just gonna have to press everything anyway. Do not look at me like that, old bag.
Well, don't you have anything to say to me?
No, not especially.
You're so cold, Edgy Poo. But that is exactly what I like about you.
Gross.
What's that smart mouth of yours, Missy? What do you know about my fragile heart?
Knowing what we know now, thanks to your recreation. Oh, no, okay, I got it. I forgot I had this little piece of evidence. Present the costume. There we go. I was too focused on the shoulder thing. Two men. How did you know the gender of the two people involved, seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time?
What?
Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony.
What?
I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all.
But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier.
The second tier?
It was, you know, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense.
Shut the fuck up. I see your witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense.
The cushy seats of the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now again to take a nap.
She's gonna get fired. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there?
Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow.
Hard to make out the killer and victim that old bag saw in the stage's shadow.
My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Not like when I was young.
Okay, and she's going. Oh, yeah, we fade to black on her. Thank God. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. More than just people. Sorry. I got invested in it because I was trying to figure out what to do next. Okay, so we know that they were in a costume, and we know that she was in
the top row, or the second tier. But I can't examine... Yeah, so examining the killer doesn't do anything for me. But... Yeah, if I examine the body, too, it also doesn't do anything. I don't think I can examine the... Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even realize that came up. It looks like they broke the stage down. Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Stage I saw this morning in the center of the stadium has been packed away. It was hard to make out the killer and victim that I saw in the stage's shadow. So it must have been, I guess, earlier in the morning? Does this do anything for me? If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Yes, please. Yes, if you please. I don't think the shadow would be that big, though. Oh, wow. Ah. There's clearly... Please stop stealing my lines. I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at the time. Sorry, I usually work with Detective Dick Gumshoe, so yes. Yes, well. In any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Okay, so if he was on top of the stage, then that means that he could have shot through the shoulder, out the abdomen. Which then means that the victim was probably walking away.
Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage.
Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Okay. So they were probably talking, and then the guy on stage pulled a gun. Deacon turned to run, and then got shot through the shoulder and out the abdomen, and then they moved his body. Well, well, what have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? How do you know? You two.
Sir!
Oh, Edgeworth gets fucking arrested. Oh? Oh. Wow, they built that shit fast. Troop Grammary.
No. There was a sign in the back behind the stage that said Troop Grammary. And there you have it. You see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. This guy's such a bastard. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He is the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I thought he said cowgirl. I was like, whoa! What? Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. I like that in, like, rebuilding the stage, they also put all of the instruments back on for some reason. Governors, can you resume your positions, please? Looks like we found the real crime scene first. Ha! Brag all you want, but we don't have all that free time, unlike the two of you. Yikes! Got his ass. Well, I guess I should be thankful for all the time you saved me. 谢谢. That's how we say thanks in my country. I didn't ask. You're welcome. I hope he realizes we didn't do all of this for him. But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime took place. Lying in wait. How did Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements. That was so slow. Ha! And why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper? You mean his motive? Who knows? And who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. The lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So, the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. So you agree with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time. Alright, but we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't see the stage and decided to put on a Badger stage show of his own? Or maybe there's a completely different reason. What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below. So you honestly believe that what you were saying is what really occurred? Hey, you're the ones who came up with this scenario. Are you saying you doubt yourselves? Touché. Unfortunately, Agent Lang's conclusions do not contradict with our recreation. No, not quite. I wonder if what we had recreated earlier was the whole truth. Officer Meekins, they wait for the victim on top of the stage. When the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. I think this works. Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck! Damn it. Okay. I presented the costume because I was like, okay, so how would Meekins have known that it was him if he was wearing a costume? But I guess, fuck me. Ugh. God. I've been doing this so much, but I have to go pee again. I've been drinking so much liquid. Hold on. Ugh. My God. Let's see. How much have I had? I've had 26, 34. So that's already 60. 80 fluid ounces of liquid today, and I just keep peeing. Let's see. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. Well, do we know what costume the victim was wearing? Let's see. He was likely wearing one due to the footprint's shape and the lack of blood. There's only one of each badger in the whole park. Try to get the whole badger family. Costume separating to head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. Not that. And book detailing info on the whole badger family. I wonder if what we had recreated earlier was the whole truth. A real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. But he lost his gun, so...
Body was moved, shot from abdomen through shoulder. Oh. Victim finally showed he shot him from on high. So we'll present this. Yes! I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Oh. Yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistaken parameter in our recreation. The killer's and victim's locations. So just swap them out. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong. Ah, I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim were standing up opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. I like that it's a super secret weapon and she's just using it in front of all of these people. Well, fair. If this is what happened, it would also explain the positioning of the gunshot wounds. The footprints. So was the killer in a costume too? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Agent Lang is shitting his britches right now. Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Why do you want to get Officer Meekins so bad, dude? I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. Then, he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with a car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The 3-tire tread marks are very telling. However, is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? I was gonna say a tricycle. Let's see. Probably. Yeah. Oh, I don't. Do I have the parking lot though? This one? No. Yeah. It was part of the...
doesn't really show it. Alright, we'll see, we'll see. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger Mobile. So I'll present the Blue Badger Mobile on this one. Nice. First try, baby! Let's go! Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekin's Blue Badger Mobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the Blue Moon... I guess the tires? There's nothing on the tires. Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Ugh. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Kay's like, I want to be included.
Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second tier seats.
Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Horrifying. I did not realize that it did not have, like, white of its eyes. That's horrifying. That's my sleep paralysis demon. That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage, and it proves the existence of a proto-Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this proto-Badgermobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. What the fuck was that? H? Who the fuck is that? Help me. What the fuck? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West. With kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one that I was held in? Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. Hmm? What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces. But one was a woman. Uh-oh. Lauren Pops. Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you gonna get out of my crime scene, or am I gonna have to get rough? Again? Yeah, Emma, get his ass. Oh, no, not you. You were a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily.
That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper?
No one was asking you, Wendy. Leave. Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. Yeah, I know. Oops. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not gonna rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate?
Fair maidens? Ah, you little rascal. You sure know the way into a woman's heart.
I hate her so much. Lang Zi says, the passage of time is but fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever.
Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear, I'm only interested in giving you my statement.
Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. So are we just gonna leave Lance's body there? Also, I did not expect Lance to look like that. I don't know. Not that much hair, I think. This is part 3 now, right? Wait, 3-3 middle 2? Oh, I see. No, yeah, I didn't get what you meant by 3-3, but now I know you meant case 3, section 3. With Lance safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Oh, it's my boy. It's her. Tell me it's true. Tell me that you've really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Emiliano. We found him earlier in the stadium. Then, oh, yeah. Fake. He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Hold on. Let me talk to her again. Let me see your arm. The band-aid has changed. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? It's a ring pop. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano group. What did he do? Pegasus? Pegasus? What the fuck? Kay's crying too. Damn, he just stole the plane? Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown.
Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. Is her dad the butler? About this incident. Suspicious of you. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Inadmissible in a court of law. You based everything on that? Weird. She bugged him. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? Oh, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know. Lauren is right there. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? That letter is kind of fucked up. This letter looks like tender lender. Oh. Oh, you're right. Oh. Oh, interesting. So are we gonna see her again? Oh. Yeah, it would have been. But if he's the son of such a rich, like, company, then why would he have to go get a loan? What is he loaning? We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there's one location that might hold a clue or two. Oh. Isolation room, maybe? Kidnapper's hideout would make sense, but we don't know where that is, so... I'll do isolation room. Kate, you literally could not get out of the room, so you captured yourself. Not being able to escape from somewhere qualifies you as a caged bird, Kay. Perhaps you are right. What I really need right now are leads to the killer's identity. What? The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. Oh, we know where that is? Which one? This one? What do you have to report?
Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir.
Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside?
Sir, Roger, sir.
Oh, that was easy.
Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in?
Sir, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir.
Yeah!
It's me, I'm the following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir.
What is this?
Oh. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Pen E. Dent prison. Stole a gun from a guard. Ah. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are. But despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up.
Pretty sure his daughter is Lauren. It appears that Colin Devore was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer.
It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then, the door's been wide open, sir.
I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail?
Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So, they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir.
I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find.
Jesus, there's a lot in here.
So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. Okay, please. Must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity.
That's a haunted house mirror.
Beyond this door. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either.
She's really just roasting the shit out of him. This must be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes. It would seem that they throw away the costumes away in pieces. Interesting. These... Maybe it's the... Maybe if we use luminol on it, we find blood. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Key?
I wonder what this key is to. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you literally jumped into it. I am not having this conversation with you. 3 coffee cups. Cheap styrofoam cups. Coffee looks like it was poured today.
folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. A poster of Gatewaterland is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewaterland has it all and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Excuse me. What the hell's that? Oh. I did examine the coffee cups, yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, but it's 3 cups and 3 folding chairs, so should be something there. But the question is, what? The common denominator between the cups and folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Indeed. Something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? No, I think Lance was the 3rd one. Oops. It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Oh, hold on. I think I got it. He needed to pay back his loan, so he staged his kidnapping to get money to pay off his loan. So it was him, Lauren, and Deacon. But Deacon was shot by somebody else for some reason. Why was Deacon killed? Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Strange indeed. Swords don't usually break on their own. Alright then, let's think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. It looks like he probably tried to use the sword to pop the lock or something. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. But how is that possible after what that officer told us? So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? Do I have keys in my logic? Maybe the sword was used as a lock? Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Okay, so I already saw this one. I think that it was used as like a wedge, kind of. So for whatever reason, the door wasn't locked, and so that's why the lock is fine, but the sword isn't.
think I can logic that out. There's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. And of course, a little ladder. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful where you step, Kay. Fell? No, you jumped. Okay, so let's logic. We'll say broken props holding a door leading outside. For logic, does it matter what order you pick things in, or as long as it's like the right two, it's fine? Okay, cool. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone could see that it was not in use at the time. That is far too many men. A door that was locked tight, despite it not being locked at all. It can only be because of this. Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? That's a tough-ass sword, by the way. Yeah. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers. But instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing, suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. I don't remember what voice I gave that guy. He sounds posh, though. What are you getting all excited about? Bad Badger. Ah, yes. I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. What? What? It's gone! But where did it go? What happened? Where's he going? What's wrong? A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, that's you. I heard about how they were stolen, but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto-Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. Yeah, let me get over there first. Yeah, your audio's fine. Hasn't changed. Well, it still sounds pretty much the same. What did you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are just 1 Bad Badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. The others should be in that room. Ah, actually, both of them should be in that room. One of them is right there. Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means is that kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. No, I don't think that's very likely. Recall the costumes for a minute. What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? And yet, the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. Huh. Because the first one was bloodstained. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is why? Please? Yes? Yeah! The second bad badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Don't touch it, there's blood on it. As I suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Well, oh, that's you. There's also a hole in its hand. A hole in its hand, and Deacon's hand was clenched in a fist. It looks more like something was ripped off of it. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. I think badgers are kind of fucked up, actually. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Oh, that's right. Yeah, he should have a gun on him. With a gun! I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Look carefully. That O is super weird. Why does it look like that? Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Gun! Precisely. The bad badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there. Did you remove the gun from this bad badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. The bellboy?
I, don't remember him at all. I just remember, trying to examine a screwdriver, and he wouldn't fuck off about it.
However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costumed friend. Gun! I think we're about done with this room. Well, we found a few answers. But there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's back. You've got to hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Bingo. That's why you gotta come with me to come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. All right. Let's make haste to the main gate. This was a really short segment. Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, just send it to me on Discord. Wait, if they already disappeared, then how are we gonna see them? Because like we don't have a. Oh, all right. That's so cute though. That's adorable. Okay. I'm gonna stop streaming for a little bit, but whenever you come back, I'll stream again, just to make it a little less crusty. We moved it out of here in order to examine it more thoroughly. So let's get down to it. What do we have here? Nice! I hope work was good for you, Eve. I hope it wasn't too stressful or anything. That's 2 treasures in one day. And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... This is a costume, yeah. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ugh. A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Uh-oh. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding. Miss Potts was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty short case.
So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey, guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady. Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I say. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Ha ha ha! Thanks for the confession. Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Armano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There. Are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Alright, let's think about this. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Armano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Pennydent Prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. So I'm gonna press everything, but I think that there's gonna be something to do with the tender lender letter. How well did you know the victim?
I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times? That's it?
Yes.
If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
Tender lender letter, tender lender letter, tender lender letter. Damn. But yeah, look. Boink. Boink. A letter from Tender Lender Loan Company. So the Tender Lender letter. Go crazy with that. He's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! I bet he didn't see that one coming. You knew? How did you know something like that?
Oh no. What should I do?
Okay, what's wrong with her now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy.
Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pomps, let's continue with your testimony. Why did you believe that? So I need to show her the thing at some point. The horse pendant. Well, first we captured Lance.
Ooh, how'd you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know.
Bah, and here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but...
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning.
Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Always! I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely.
Huh?
I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. Let's try this.
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. Oh, not that one. This one? Yes. Shit. Along with this piece of evidence.
It's either her pendant or... I think it's her pendant. There we go. These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color and they're even made of the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
Oh, no, that can't be.
So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devore, the name that is etched on the horse pendant.
What? An alias?
I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what's written in Mr. Devore's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind those pendants. Mr. Devore had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops.
That's a lie. This person was not my father.
He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? Ha 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 ha! And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. No. Rejected. Alright, what do I have? What do I have? Thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Huh. Age 50, pending autopsy. Preliminary findings indicate loss of blood resulting from a gunshot wound, entry point. Lack of blood around the body, such as the victim was killed elsewhere and then moved, which implies there should be evidence of blood at the real murder site. I am not sure that I have anything yet. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? No? The two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. No, I wouldn't say that. Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? I've seen a lot of things in my travels, and I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. You think they knew? Yeah. I don't think only the victim knew, I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore... one is a butler, and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning they painstakingly practiced those rules well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? That the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? I feel like it's gonna be the dossier again, but I don't know how to prove that. The name Colin DeVore is engraved here. Anyway, you know what? More than only flashy accessories, I'd rather be engraving my name into every treasure I can find all around the world. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from prison, stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are. But despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. It also doesn't show... Colin DeVore. Body was moved. Stolen costumes. Badger photo rally. Blue Badger Bible. Bad Badger's head. Gatewaterland pamphlet. This one's hard. I don't know what to do with this part. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. Okay, so that's fine. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact?
Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? What if I just present the dossier again? No, I guess not. So, let's see. He was 50, Lauren Pops is 19, so she would have been 9 years old. I just need to think rationally. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. Please? Fuck off. Fuck off. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly plausible as well? Two of them made good use of their little meetings to plan this little kidnapping. What do I have? It was no coincidence that a reunited pair. Did I already do this? God damn it. God, that guy's angry. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. Fuck. Do that. Three, two, middle, one? No, I'm past that. 3, 3, middle, 2. 3, 4, and 1. So this is where I'm at right now. Rebuttal, another possibility. 1. Two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Present the stolen costumes. How does that make sense? What? I'm a little lost on that one. But whatever, we got it. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3! 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout, but as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 coffee cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group, and I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who? Who is this mastermind? Got him. Lance Amano. Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. No, I didn't see their faces, but 2, one was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah, yes. About when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. How can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor, and they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth, and should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child's more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out, because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely 2 people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. The kidnappers disappeared? The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's gonna tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. Shut up. Then those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the keys, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. Shut up, dude. How did you manage to escape?
I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passage route to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony, and I mustn't let it go unexamined. But the door wasn't locked, was it? God, I hope that works. Thank God. Woo, I can't lose any more health. You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open, right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Well, it took 10 men to break it like this, so you shut the hell up. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by their sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? You fool. This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now, that dream is over. Oh, Lance! Then you are giving yourself up. Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pomps. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then, Oliver put on a Bad Badger costume, took the suitcase with $1 million, and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you. Oh, fuck. Another one? Jesus Christ. Did I put my shoes on backward again? That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. But then where did the money go?
I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you?
Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you.
So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. At the stadium was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with a $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Ah! Fuck! Jabot of yours. Okay. I thought I could just swing my way through quick and easy, but it looks like I have to do the fucking the tried and true method of pressing again. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium. Okay, so if he was pulling the suitcase, then where is it now? That was the ransom money, wasn't it?
Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun.
Oh no, you're totally fine. I got stuck at one point, now I'm almost dead, so. Were you able to clearly see the gun? Also, I stopped streaming, so it would be a little less crusty, but I'll stream again. Were you able to clearly see the gun?
Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father.
Well, it was a blank. Left arm. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? I guess it would be the dossier, because it says that his dominant hand is his right hand. Yeah. Whew. Yeah, do you see how much health I'm missing? I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? No, because then how he's pulling the suitcase. Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Poms was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it.
Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pomps told us earlier. It was a bad badger. Oh, no, sorry. According to you, the bad badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the bad badger, and yet the bad badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Both hands were not occupied? Because it's been ripped out. Uh-oh, I'm scared. Holding a gun in his right hand as he pulls the suitcase with the same hand. Isn't it possible for a right-handed person to do both things simultaneously? That's not what I was trying to go for, and now I'm suffering. The head? In the room? Hang on. Maybe I just didn't... These... Okay. They're both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? Dick out. This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both of his hands. Oh, God. Ooh, I'm sweating. The costumes have two parts to them, the head and the body. The head Miss Pops saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger. Yes. Or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. Oh, fuck. The body of the bad badger Miss Pops saw really belonged to this badger. Yeah, absolutely not pink. It's Proto, because Lauren was wearing blue. Sweating. I have such low health. I really feel like I'm just gonna die. What? The heck is it? It's the Proto Badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Ms. Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the Proto Badger costume. Ms. Pops, who was the one who wore the Proto Badger costume? Yeah, I noticed that. I love that so much. I think it's so funny. Are you saying what I think you are? Interesting. So he was shooting to kill her. That Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that. A setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand?
I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything?
It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto-Badger's bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Oh god, that was so crusty. Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. What the fuck? This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. Huh? Yeah. We found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the bad badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where's the gun you used now?
I threw it away into the sea. Where the fuck is the ocean? Are they... what?
Yeah, but like, they're in a theme park. Are they right next to the ocean? I don't think that's... Jesus. If there's a tsunami, it's over. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although, I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. What? She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? Jesus, this is just one after another. Yeah. You've mentioned that it's like 10 hours, and I'm not very excited. Jesus. Yeah, that one's definitely going to be split. That's case 5 or 4? Okay. But he didn't. So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at that time. Wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Came back to the hideout long after the other two. By
that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. No, fuck he didn't, because that was me, bitch. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. Okay. Hang on, I gotta turn on the light in my room. Whoops. Okay, so... Came back to the hideout long after the other two. When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? And where were you up until the time you returned? Ah, so each of them had their own roles to play. How did Lance look at that time? Thank you. That's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like? You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Did you go into the other room to check? Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? How do I say that it was fucking me? What, just... I think this is N1. You have to have had a big bandage head on. So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his Bad Badger costume. It would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? You're goddamn right. The person you saw was not the victim. I will tell you why not with this. This, Miss Pops, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Just don't ask who it was. Don't ask. It wasn't. It's just weird. You're going to completely ignore that it happened at all. It was me. I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even after I had handed over the ransom? Sweating. It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a Bad Badger's head on, and then made your costumed escape together. Or so you pretended. Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the Bad Badger head from my unconscious self. And put it on himself? No, he just left it there.
and to create his fake prison with a prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment, all of that could have happened while you were out cold.
That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor.
Even if that were the case, Miss Pumps would have still seen me tied to that beam. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Yeah, who said that? What the fuck? Oh! Please wait. Mr. Amano. Oh, Miles, my boy. Looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance. It's not good to cause trouble for others.
Dad.
Let's see. You are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? Ew, gross. I can't tell if it's like musty because of like lighting or whatever, or if that's like supposed to be just gross blood. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Oh, it's because they're wet. Okay. Ah! Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There they are. There, now. Agent Lang, please calm down. The heck is that scrap of paper? Chief of Police? That's like, I don't need, that feels like it shouldn't be legal. The Chief of Police? What the, just who does he think he is? There. Now. Why does that go so slowly? There's no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. Ugh, I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified that the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you caused my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? Ha! I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Obviously, we're gonna examine the gun first. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? And this one. There's something in the head. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. The fuck? What is that? Glass? Oh.
smoke and mirror. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? This bullet hole. Burned? Wait. Those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen?
Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there.
Well, I'm not so easily convinced. With your weird-looking hair.
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
The fingerprints on the weapon, huh?
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes.
That may be all you can do. However, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie.
You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence?
But how can we prove that it shoots? Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Pomps? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I have the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Fuck yeah, what are you gonna do? Take my money away? Just kidding, bitch, I don't have any. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pomps' print should be on that gun. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pomps' print should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pomps' print should not be on the gun is... the missing model gun? No. Yes? The reason why Mrs. Pomps' print should not be on the gun is... revolver. Used to kill Deacon. Was originally stolen from a guard. Wait, what? Used to kill Deacon. Was originally stolen from guard by victim during escape. From prison? What the heck? So is it the revolver or is it the model gun? It was ripped from the Bad Badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. Oh. Yeah, because she's wearing a costume. So, do I present the stolen costumes? Okay. It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Why does she keep lying?
to retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pomps's print found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Mrs. Pops is the murderer.
But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right?
You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer.
What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right?
That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence.
What? How?
The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Give me the glass. Give me the glass fragments. Boink.
Fuck! God damn it. Now I can only make like 3 mistakes. At this rate, Lolly's gonna wind up getting arrested.
You must remain calm and think clearly. If the murder did not happen at the stadium, then the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Pops was down below, there must be something that invalidates it. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all.
I did the glass and I got punished for it. I know, that's what I thought too.
The victim's costume?
Oh, I guess, because if he was shot from point blank, so he couldn't have been up on the stage. It's a little bizarre. The one that I got stuck on too, like, didn't make sense either.
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then, I believe you'll see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. Is it the glass or is it the burn marks? I'm just so focused on the glass. I want to use the glass. The burn around this bullet hole. Okay, alright. The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point blank range. Yes, she saw 2 people, but they're separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is, then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before he was imprisoned was right there. I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. Haunted house, baby. I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? Oh, that was a question, sorry. Mirror fragments. Get this shit out of here. These were inside the costume that the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed. You don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. It's like a game of Clue. After that, you stole the Blue Badger-mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badger-mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please, do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Oops. I'm gonna assume that that's just there as like a red herring kind of thing, because I can't imagine why it's useful at all. You see? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But, Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Langzy says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is do you have the definitive proof you need? How old is Edgeworth? 26. Why is a 17-year-old almost as tall as Edgeworth? 17-year-old is almost as tall as a 26-year-old. Incredible. Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up. Well, I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. Excuse me. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Huh. Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Sheena! Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Who was that? Oh my fucking god. No. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena! This motherfucker can't read. Yeah, he pretends to do it because he's just like all high and mighty or whatever, but he actually just can't read. Yeah. The deed. Read it out loud, because I can't do it myself. What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You use the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Such a fucking bastard. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. Break in. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, the truth will be lost. Kay's going crazy. Kay's lost it. Okay. Cry. And what is that? Are you the hero of justice? But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. That's... Of course. You can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy. Be my guest. This is literally insane. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. This thing is ridiculous. Oh, what is this? Where are we? It looks like we're underwater. It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. You haven't figured it out yet? very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. If I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room, at that time I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was sent there for atmosphere. No. It was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. Wow, it's ghost me. Then I started walking towards the exit. Right there. There's only one location I can think of. God, I just realized I haven't gotten any of my health back. Well, it would just be B, right? The badger. That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costumed kidnapper. Horrifying. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Please do not. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Awful. It's like a gross Teletubby. Actually, it looks like a Chow from like the Sonic games. Yeah. Well, Lance, what are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I don't know anything at all, straight up. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. It's a replica of myself. Yes, I suppose I'm also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vow to never be caught by surprise again. Okay, well, tough nuts, you probably will. Horrifying! You didn't recreate the weapon. It's a lightsaber. The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. but I doubt it was someone's bare hands. I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. You're goddamn right it was. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? The sword? You're telling me I got bopped so hard with that prop sword that it fucking broke? No, because I mean, there is a sword there. Oh, please. Oh, thank God. I have it. There was indeed one such object lying there in this hallway. A prop sword. Yes. Although, we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Ah! Wait. Yes. It's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. Ah. Correct. And maybe with a more thorough examination yet. Luminol? The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. I can't read, so I can't read phone numbers either. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. Left side of the... I keep wanting to say that too, but because of like the hyphen, I'm just like, no, it's re. Left arm complete with weapon in hand. So if he swings it like that. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination or something not quite right? Yeah, because he would have to swing it in like a weird way, like across his body to hit me like that. But I guess I'll just deduce off that, and I'll point out the luminol stand. Culprit hit me in the right temple area with this. Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. Yeah. Which means... that's you.
This is like it's possible that he was holding it in his left and just swung it across his body. So I don't necessarily agree with this, but whatever. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The handgun? No. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? How do I say... Yeah, but it's... Yeah, because... Yeah, so am I presenting this? Because I'm trying to say that, like... Okay. Oh, thank God. Every time the game lags a little bit and, like, that the health bar, like, doesn't disappear immediately, I sweat. The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. It means... It was... His what? Oh, of course. My God. He kicked it at me. Are you paying attention, Lance? No, he's too busy sweating. Look at him. He's soaking wet. Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect.
Fine. It was me. I hit you.
It appears that you lied to me yet again. But see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance? Ah, yes. But that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. Great, I get to see its dead fucking eyes again. Now, we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? I don't know what that means. Not sure what that means, but I don't know if I should be offended. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Your suppositions are wrong. That's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena. Oops. Now then, what you missed, girly, is written right here in this pamphlet. Weird. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. The Disappearing Badger? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And, as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. Ugh. It's getting so crusty. I mean, if it was just a doll, then they could have, like, you know, probably swapped it out either with their actual body or their actual, like, costume or whatever, and then use that disappearing trick to just, like, kind of swap them back out. I don't know. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Okay. I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit. Not until I can declare that I've found the truth. Agent Lang. For the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. Well, see if I care. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house. According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice, and the other's a vile criminal with a... Oh, that's you, sorry. Gun! Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. So I guess I just deduce something? But what the fuck do I deduce? Is this... Point out the contradiction.
What? I don't have it yet? Think about the badger? Stolen costumes? No, wait. The Bible? The belt? Oh, ha. Wow, that's a subtle one. So I guess I just present that, right? Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? Oh. Okay, so that's it for that one. Mirrors are fucking scary. Oh? The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? No. Guess I'll examine this. Now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, but there's... Oh, that's you. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Oh, this is the same shit. Pieces of a set of armor in a pile here. It's a good question. I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormalcy. Fair. That may prove to be a most difficult task. Because she's 17. Yeah, fair. It does. Probably, actually. Imagine she just, like, isn't actually Yatagarasu and she just, like, is fucking around.
Imagine if she, like, wasn't actually, like, the Yatagarasu. And she was just, like, saying it, like, to have a reason as to why she's there when she should be in school. And Edgeworth is just like, I don't have the evidence to dispute this. Okay, so now I have logic. But I only have 2 pieces. Blue Badger in reverse and mirror shards. Which would make sense if it's... like, it would make sense as to why the Blue Badger's in reverse. But what the heck? Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. Yes, this Blue Badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... What? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. Wait. Oh, is it the pamphlet? Is it in the pamphlet? Touch the check button for details. Yeah, the disappearing badger. Please. Oh, Jesus. As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the disappearing badger. Fuck yeah, they did. Okay, cool. We're close. That was true at the time. However, doing this allows someone to make the Blue Badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall, right? To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah. Then, when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. B. No, behind it. I keep doing what the PC ports do and like double clicking things, and I'm like, why isn't it working? There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hit on the other side of the movable mirror, Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Yes? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes. It most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Oh, I didn't even hear that sound in the beginning. That sound I heard was most... Oh, maybe, yeah. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something. I need you to recreate something for me. If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. Jesus fucking Christ, it's so crusty. Alright, in the meantime, my last bathroom break, I swear. I'll be right back. Fuck! Good God. It is incredible how much liquid I've consumed today. Okay. And now I have no more liquid to consume, so we're fine. This won't happen again. Now this. I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although, at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then, I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. The mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that. Deep, 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 doop, doop, deep. Wait. Oh, that's you. Huh, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. God, I hate that he's just standing there staring straight at me.
yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies, yeah, at the very end, right? Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. Oh my god. Was it Colin? He just put his dead fucking body over there? Wait, hang on. Not that one. Is it this one? No. Colin was dressed as the bad badger. Right? Oh, so it wasn't him then. That would have been fucked up. Is it? I think it's just the doll. Until I figure it out myself. Let's see. I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. So it's the mystery badger that's just laying there against the wall. So it... Because the badger that's laying there against the wall... I don't know what it looks like. Fuck. Proof he was shot from point blank. So... Body was moved, shot from ABD through shoulder. Is it the victim's costume? Or is it like, is it something related to Deacon? That's fucked up. I guess I'll just do victim's costume. That's really fucked up that that body was just there. The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. Very, very fucked up. What? Agent Lang. The entirety of my complete logic is my final, decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off, and you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking, Jesus, to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were in the house at that time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? And there were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume.
The gunshot must have blended right in. Damn. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. Got him. Die. Oh, wow. Put him in jail. Your apologies mean nothing. Inadmissible in a court of law. Get him out of here. And left his body just like out as a fucking haunted house prop. Amen. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. Oh. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. Ah, that's why it went through. Okay, I see. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. Oh, that's right. See, that's justified self-defense. Our boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, Ernest is getting arrested too? Oh, obstruction of justice, perhaps? The only person who should be arresting is Lance. Dad! Oh. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly, truly touching. He's gonna have a heart attack. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know? You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena! Another SL6. The KG-8 incident. Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devore. Father. Oh, sorry. Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devore, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devore was arrested in place of you. Which is why, when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little, dirty secret. No. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway, for a nice, long chat. Sweats. Now who the fuck is it? Who the heck was that? Oh, fuck off. Oh, he was in on it too. And who the heck are you?
I'm Jocks Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. No, you're fucking not. Piss off. Oh, Jocks, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off of my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So, if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Shoot him. Gun him down where he stands. Guys, arrest the 2 suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me. Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. I didn't do any of this shit for you, you dumb fuck. Get out. You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me. I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Romano in the smuggling ring, right? No. I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Yeah, you're looking at him. Not me. You were looking at him. It's the pasty little tennis bitch. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? Speak not his name. There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, too, are you? The courtroom is the place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years, every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by those ideas, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. Wow! Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Because he can't read. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? How can that be? But not all prosecutors are like that. Yeah, I know. Hashtag nap. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We'd better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed home ourselves. Yeah. You going home too, Mr. Edgeworth? No. I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off in my office? No problem, sir. Yes? What is it? Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. Lick lick. I like that her like freaking out thing is just her cutting her hair. Extremely relatable for sure. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. DeVore into cooperating. As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amato family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. You're welcome. Although there is no need to thank me. $19. Ooh. Yeah, dangerous game, dangerous game. Honestly, I can't blame them. Way to go, sir. What are you going on about now? That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. What? Oh. Yeah, I read that, but I didn't think anything of it. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl? Gummy? Gummy? What the fuck is that? That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past.
to that fateful day 7 years ago when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. What the fuck? So, wait. Wait, you mean which one? 4 is where they're supposed to first meet? Ah. Gross. Eh. As long as they meet. Ah, Edgeworth. Edgeworth just doesn't have any street smarts. He meets people and then just forgets them, except for Phoenix, because he's a homosexual. It's always 7 years ago. Yeah, it really is. It's always like 7 or. Oh wait, no, yeah, it is always 7 years ago, isn't it? The SL6 incident was 7 years ago. In term 15 years before the events of that case? Oh shit. Oh fuck. I thought it was only 7. But the last game was like Phoenix was disbarred and then 7 years and then 7 years for the Grammarly thing and everything. So yeah. There's seven's probably just like a good luck number or something. Who knows? All right. So we're wrapping up for here today. This took a little bit longer than expected, probably because I went pee like 80 times. So starting tomorrow, I'm gonna be streaming a little bit more, but I also do have to do my realtor's license thing, so I'm still trying to figure out how to do like the whole like scheduling for that. So I don't know. I might stream first and then study after or something like that, but then that means that I might have to make streams shorter, so I have to figure that out, and we'll see how that goes, but I'll definitely see you guys soon. And then I'm kind of on the fence about doing the screen share again because it made it super crusty. So like I would like to, because it was a lot of fun, but holy shit, the crust makes me want to die. So yeah. I used to not have it either, but then I just started doing it so much that I just got used to it. But I definitely understand like what you're feeling. And I think like the first like couple games or something, like the longer cases, you could definitely like it became very obvious that I was getting like frustrated and annoyed, because not only did I have to like voice everything, but I was also like thinking about all these things, and I like uh, Cam can attest to the fact that like she could 100% tell that I was getting very like annoyed with having to keep going. So I 100% know what you feel like. So I think we might save the voice acting or the like voicing things together for either when I get a more powerful one, a more powerful like computer, or if we're like splitting a case into multiple parts, and that way we can just kind of run it like that. But mm-hmm. I'm off this. I'm off for the rest of this month because I told work that I wanted to do this realtor's license thing. So I can probably stop by your streams if I'm not already streaming. So just like text me or send me your schedule and stuff, and then I'll try and work around that because your schedule will be better off than mine. So we'll see how that goes for everything. But okay, thank you to everyone for tuning in today. 6-hour stream, and then we'll see how it goes for the next couple. I might just split them up so that I can have like shorter stream days so that I can also do my studying. But we'll definitely see you guys tomorrow, and we'll continue until we're finished with this game, and then we'll move on to the next, because I think we're almost done. 4 and 5, right? Probably not extremely long. Oh, easy. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's not sounding good. This is the second one? Yeah. All right, fair enough. Okay. But yeah, so it seems like we've figured everything out. So we won't do any more of the guest things, but we'll try and do it at least for your streams. That way there's like something, you know, that works there. But for me, it just made it way too crusty, and it was just like, ugh. Yeah, so I think it's definitely easier for me to just do it like myself until I get a more powerful system. Because, yeah, I mean, give it like 9-10 months, and then we'll try it again. Because at that point, I'll be moved into a more long-term place, and I think it'll be easier for me to like buy the parts for a stronger computer then and build it and all that stuff. So we'll see how everything goes. But thank you for your assistance today. Thank you for joining me. And thank you to everyone for tuning in, and thank you everybody all together for the support. And I will see you all tomorrow with some more, with the beginning of Case 4. So thank you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye!